theater production. Perhaps Maria will show a little bit, yeah. Will explain a little bit about his entrepreneur's activity. Yeah. In the end of slide, of course, probably, and also this some of personal experience. I asked her to make it short because theater production. Perhaps Maria will show a little bit, yeah. Make it short will be so very long. Explain a little bit about his CV, yeah. He's active in several some activity. So let's stop the share. And again, Bu Maria, maximum 60 minutes, an hour, yeah, for presentation followed by the okay. It's not clear. Have noise in background. Okay. From Pakistan. Now it's already clear. My voice. Hello. Hello. I do hope so. Yeah. Clear because I do hope also everyone have a good can hear the voice clearly. Yeah. During the lecture session, and then please turn on the video during the lectures and unmute the audio until you asked to do so. Yeah. And also you can ask this question to Dr. Pumaria in the end of this session. You can ask directly, or you can write in the chat room. Yeah, so you can I can and I can read the question to Dr. Maria. Okay, Bu Maria, ready for?
Ready? Okay, I am ready.
Please, Bu Maria,
Ready.
is yours now.
Yes, thank you very much. May I share my slide? Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear my voice? Hello?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pak Edit, for giving me time to present my presentation. So I am very happy to be here with you all participants and summer course committee. I see some attended participants come from other countries such as Malaysia, Pakistan, and maybe others. I'm sorry that I could see you. And also from USU. This is a very great opportunity for me that during this summer course, we have a collaboration with USU. And also all participants from Indonesia. How are you there? It's very nice to see you, know you in this summer course. Well, today I would like to share some information about the utilization, sustainable utilization of chicken heritage breeds to support community welfare. As mentioned before by Mr. Edit as moderator, my name is Maria Ulfa. Recently, I am working at the Division of Poultry Production and Technology, Department of Animal Production and Technology, Faculty of Animal Science, IPB University. And if you have further question or would like to discuss more about heritage poultry production and conservation, as well as bioacoustic of bird and poultry, or fancy bird, fancy poultry, and also poultry reproduction and embryology, I'm very welcome you all to contact by my email. Here you can see my email address here. So we can share our experiences in terms of poultry science for better understanding, and also maybe in the future we can collaborate each other. Okay, let me start with the topic. There are three main topics that I would like to share and discuss with you, namely what heritage chicken breeds are, and the second, what are the traits to heritage chicken breeds, and finally, how the heritage chicken could support sustainable community welfare. Okay, in part one about the chicken breed, I think all of you already know well about definition of the chicken breed. However, in this presentation, I would like to mention a little bit about the definition of chicken breed to remembering you all about the breed. However, before come to the definition of the chicken breed, I would like to mention that what I will talk about only related to domesticated animal. So please don't think about the wild population and feral population. For example, wild population is jungle fowl, and then birds. So in this presentation, we only focus on domesticated chicken. That's completely different with the wild ones, like jungle fowl and birds. So, what is a chicken breed? Based on FAO, in simple definition, a breed is a group of animal with some common external characteristic defined by some people who consider this group of chicken to be a breed. And this group could be geographically or culturally separated from other groups. So, for example, we can quite easy to distinguish chicken breed, one chicken breed with other based on the external characteristic. In further slide, I will show you some example of chicken breed, and then there is also crossbreed. What is called crossbreed? Crossbreed is hybrid resulted from mating of individual from different breeds following certain strategy or scheme program. However, based on FAO, coming back to FAO, this is FAO make general guidance for all countries about the domesticated chicken and also other animal. So for the crossbreed category, it is restricted to the cross between locally adapted and exotic breed. And then what is locally adapted and what is exotic breed? Here we can see that exotic breeds are animal originating from breed that have not been continuously present in country for sufficient time to be adapted to the prevailing environmental condition. So, for example, in Indonesia, we are imported commercial breed like layer and broiler from other countries, like from Europe and also from America and also from Australia. So we cannot mention those breed as the locally adapted, even though they are in Indonesia more than 10 years or maybe more than 20 years. However, because of they come from other country and not domesticated in Indonesia, therefore we call exotic breed. So here we can see that local means that breed that occur only in one country. Locally adapted breeds are breed which has been in the country for a sufficient time to be genetically adapted to one or more of traditional production system or environment in the country. So locally adapted breed are also generally called as indigenous breed and also native breed. In Indonesia, for example, we are very lucky that the tree of jungle fowl in the world come from Indonesia. Namely Gallus red jungle fowl, and then Gallus punctiva. This is mainly come from Java Island, and then Gallus varius. This is the green jungle fowl. So this is the ancestor of Indonesian local chicken breed. Recently, we predict that there are more 30 Indonesian local chicken breed in Indonesia. All this chicken we call as local chicken or native chicken or indigenous chicken. That completely different with the exotic one come from other countries like broiler and layer. So how about the crossbreed, hybrid, resulted from the crossing between, for example, one of Indonesian local chicken, very famous, kampung chicken. I think in Malaysia, hello, participant from Malaysia, you also have a kampung chicken. And it is great for me to hear that you already exported kampung chicken to Singapore. This is very, very great news for me especially. And I do hope that Indonesia will follow Malaysia soon to export our kampung chicken to other countries. So come back to the crossbreed. Crossbreed, for example, here I give example crossing between kampung chicken and Hubbard. Hubbard, this is a parent from the broiler or grandparent. It depends on the breeding schematic. The crossing between kampung chicken and Hubbard resulted as kampung super. We call kampung super or Jawa super. Can we call this hybrid as the local one? No, we cannot, because there is exotic genetic inside of there are portion of the exotic genetic from the Hubbard. So we cannot call this hybrid as the local one. You can see here, this is a crossbreed between kampung chicken and layer or broiler parent. similarly looks like the kampong chicken. However, we can call as the cryptic species similar but genetically different. Similar only in external characteristic, however, very different in genetic background of this crossbreed. Therefore, we cannot call this crossbreed as the local chicken. Based on region, FAO also classified 7 regional group of the countries, namely Africa, Asia, Europe, and the Caucasus, Latin America and Caribbean, Near and Middle East, North America, and the last is Southwest Pacific. Of course, Indonesia in Asia, together with Malaysia and also Thailand and so on. So based on this region, therefore FAO already classified breed as national breed population, a subpopulation of breed found in a given country. This is similar to the definition of the local or locally adapted breed. And then international transboundary breed. Breed that occur in more than one country, in more than one region. I mentioned before that there are 7 regions. For example, if we found genetically chicken breed in Indonesia and also in Malaysia, for example, kampung, we cannot call that this breed is local to Indonesia. However, we can call as the regional transboundary if breed that occur in more than one country in one region. So based on this region, there are three main groups of the breed. First is local breed or locally adapted breed or national breed, and then the regional transboundary breed, and the third is international transboundary breed. So for the local, we can only mention breed that occur only in one country. Please remember that. And we cannot call breed that occur in Indonesia and Malaysia or on Pakistan or in Bangladesh as the local breed. We have to call as the international transboundary or regional transboundary breed. Therefore, based on in FAO data, there are 3 main categories of the avian breed: local avian breed, and then regional transboundary avian breed, and then international transboundary avian breeds. And as we see in this slide, you can see that local avian breeds, the number of local avian breed generally is much more higher than regional and international transboundary avian breed. However, still limited in data of the breed, and further research and then further census data is needed to support the development of the local avian breed in the future. Well, based on the 7 region grouped by FAO, you can see here that for Asia, for example, duck species dominated compared to other poultry species or poultry breed. This is related to the population of the people, especially in China, that mainly consume the waterfowl. Therefore, the the population of duck is much higher in Asia compared to other countries. And then based on the region also here, we can see that chicken also dominated in Asia and also South Asia. You can see the red color in spectrum color. So coming to this slide, this is the main topic in my presentation about heritage chicken. However, I would like to introduce a little bit about how the breed originally grew. So after domestication process, there are more than 2,500 chicken breeds in the world, and these chicken breeds resulted from the combination of the history and then human need, isolation, and also human culture. And usually the breed existing in recently already adapted very well to the specific natural environment and also limited resources. For example, because of the harsh condition of environment, or also limited of feed resources. So the combination of these factors create a breed. So recently there are special breed of chicken for the egg production purposes, meat production purposes, and then for the fancy bird, fancy chicken like black chicken, or in Indonesia we call cemani chicken. This is very famous fancy chicken in the world, and the price is very expensive. I will give more information in my further slide. And also for the entertainment purposes, such as growing chicken for the contest and also for the pet. So based on the utilization and also a chicken production system, there are three groups of the breed. First is Landrasse breed. Landrasse breed. This breed represents an early stage of breed development. Before we get the certain breed, for example, for producing egg or meat, we have to use the Landrasse breed. This is the foundational breed. This breed refers to population of chicken that are isolated to a local area where local production goal and the local physical environment drive selection. So this breed generally also called as native, local, natural, and also primitive breed. They have unique characters derived from combination of founder effect, isolation, and natural selection. And the human selection is usually much less important. So this is mainly isolation and natural selection, not selected by human. And this breed characterized as has low production and high genetic diversity, high fertility, high adaptation capacity to environment, and have high temperament, like nearly wide, I think, compared to the standardized breed and also modern type or designer breed. So this is foundation breed. Before we create the standardized breed, we have to make sure that Landrace breed is safe. We have to make sure that population is enough to create the standardized breed or the modern type or designer breed. So for the modern type of or designer breed, this breed are selected for certain traits. For example, egg production and also meat production. For example, therefore they have they have a high production, however low adaptation to environment, low temperament, cool and very quiet, and can be productive. And however, we don't hope too much for genetic resources because they have low genetic diversity compared to the Landrace breed. So for the modern type or designer breed, this is foundation for industrial strain development. The next question is, how about the breed that are not useful in intensive industrial system? So for the breed that are not useful in intensive industrial system, we can use this for the local production as the Landrace breed that have the high genetic diversity and very useful for the future utilization. So based on the Sponenberg et al. 2014. Here I give some criteria about heritage chicken breed. There are seven important criteria if we describe the heritage chicken breed. First, adapted to a specific local environment. The second one, high genetic diversity. Third one, unique type of farming and purposes. Fourth, careful selection by farmer over hundreds of animal generation. Therefore, this is related to the traditional wisdom that's rich of history related to local culture and also belief. That finally, highly related to the local culture, tribes, and also ethnic group. If the heritage chicken breed disappear, therefore, the local culture and also the ethnic group will also disappear. Therefore, we have to give special attention to this heritage chicken breed related to the ethnic group. I think in Pakistan, in Bangladesh, and also in Malaysia, also have the specific ethnic group or tribes or local culture that contributes to establishment of the heritage chicken breed in those countries. And the last criteria is must be operated or must be produced by the Landrace system, as I mentioned before. Here I give example. For example, in Indonesia, to thank to God after harvesting of agriculture product, mainly rice, certain ethnic group or tribes will celebrate based on their belief and also their religion background, and they include chicken and live chicken and also egg, certain number of egg. For example, here 11 eggs must be included for the ceremonial or purposes. For example, like that. Now, they keep the chicken. They keep the local chicken in a traditional production system to save their heritage, culture, and tribe. If this chicken disappear, therefore they will this culture and also tribe will also further disappear. In Indonesia, there are some Indonesian breed categorized as the Landrace breed and also standardized breed and also designer breed. You can see here I give different color for number 1 until number 9. There are mainly Landrace breed kept by the traditional production system and also kept by the local tribes and culture. And however, for the kampung chicken sensi, this is sentul, means sentul, and also kampung. Kampung is selected from the kampung population, kampung chicken population. Those 3 breeds are categorized as the designer chicken breeds, as the meat and also egg producer breed. I give some example related to the utilization of the Indonesian local breed as the crowing chicken. For example, pelong chicken. Pelong chicken originally from Cianjur district, West Java, Indonesia. Actually, there are 5 crowing chicken in Indonesia. Namely, Kukuak Balenge chicken come from Sumatra. And then pelong chicken come from West Java. Bekisar chicken come from East Java and also Madura and small island near the East Java. And Gauk chicken from Madura near in East Java. And then the Gaga chicken or laughing chicken from South Sulawesi. Especially for pelong chicken, come from Cianjur district, West Java, Indonesia. This is related to the local culture and belief of Sunda ethnic group in Indonesia, in West Java. And in Malaysia, we can also find pelong chicken. Maybe you can share. For participants from Malaysia, maybe you can share after my presentation. You can share how about the pelong chicken in your country, and they utilize as the crowing chicken. The type of the crowing is long and deep type. However, these chicken also are utilized as a food. If the quality of the crowing is not fulfill the requirement for the contest purposes. When we talk about breed, Pelung chicken breed, there are many character of the. There are many character that we can see from the Pelung chicken breed, because they are still they have a high diversity in terms of the phenotypic characteristic and also genetic characteristic. The Pelung chicken, first contest of Pelung chicken was created in 1980. And the judgment of the Pelung chicken contest mainly for the physical performance, especially body weight, and also the song or crowing type. Here is the contest area of the Pelung chicken. You can see here the judges. The judges usually use the specific Sundanic clauses like this, black clauses like this. So you can imagine that if the Pelung chicken disappear, therefore the culture of the Sunda ethnic will be also disappear. I will give example of the song of the Pelung chicken. Could you hear the song of the Pelung chicken that I already played? Hello? Could you hear this?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
of course.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Similar of the song type of Pelung chicken, we can also find in Japanese heritage breed, Koyoshi chicken. Is there anyone come from Japan in this summer course? No? No one? So Koyoshi chicken, originally, historically, Koyoshi chicken resulted from crossing between Pelung chicken and local heritage chicken breed in Japan, maybe in 19th century during the colonization period. So if we hear could you hear?
Yes,
Hello?
ma'am.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I will continue. Nearly similar with the Pelung chicken, with the long, deep, and also long crowing type. The second one, I would like to introduce the Gaga chicken or laughing chicken, come from the Sindereng Rapang or Sidrap, South Sulawesi, Indonesia. You can see here, come from South Sulawesi. This chicken grouped as the Indonesian heritage chicken breed because rich of history related to the local culture and belief of the Bugis Kingdom in South Sulawesi, Indonesia, and how the song of the Gaga chicken we can hear. Yeah, because of the type of the crowing or the song of the chicken, like the people laughing, therefore this chicken, this Gaga chicken, also called as the laughing chicken. Okay, there are also many type of the Gaga chicken, Gaga chicken breed, and they have a very high diversity in terms of the phenotypic character and also genetic character. Coming to the second topic, Mr. Edit, is the, how about that time? Still have time?
Yes, yes, plenty.
Okay, I will continue for the second topic of my presentation about a threat to the heritage chicken breed. Based on this figure, we can see here that after domestication process in 800 before century, the number of the breed of the chicken increased rapidly, and then today decreased rapidly. Why? And some of them are already extinct. And based on the data from FAO, there are more than 30% of avian breed already in the risk category or in the list of endangerment. So FAO already classified the degree of the risk status of the chicken breed and also other livestock as the critically group, and then threatened group, watch, recovering, and also studied group. This is mainly based on the population of the female and also male of the chicken. This data is the fundamental data or the baseline data before we design the program for the sustainable utilization and also chicken development and also the conservation program for the chicken. We must have this data. However, like Indonesia and as well as other developing countries, we still in developing the scheme of the census data of the endangerment or risk status of the chicken, the population of the chicken. Therefore, however, I'm very happy that we have already starting to how to say to study the population or the number of the Indonesian local chicken that could be useful for the future utilization. So, based on the risk status of the chicken, we can see here the data from FAO. Most of the chicken or most of the poultry species now are grouped as the critically maintained. You can see the red color in chicken, in duck, in geese, and then in pigeon and quail, turkey. Most of poultry in the world no in risk status. So therefore, we need to conserve them. If we utilize them, so we have to think about sustainability, not only for the economic purposes, but also for the environmental friendly purposes, and also for the genetic diversity in the future. Here I give you data from FAO. The top 5, actually there are many factors, but however I highlight here only top 5 factor. In top 5 factor that caused or impacted to the risk status of the heritage chicken in the world. And this data based on the report from many countries in the world. You can see here the number N means that the number of the countries reported to the FAO based on their own data. The top one is the crossbreeding. The crossbreeding is the main factor that cause the loss of genetic diversity of heritage chicken breed, not only in Indonesia but also in other countries. Not only chicken but also others livestock, because crossbreeding without following the conservation program, without sustainable utilization program managed by countries or managed by government together with the community and together with the partner. So the second top is the introduction of exotic breed. Those exotic breed are used for the crossbreeding program. And then, so we, as I mentioned in my former, my previous slide, how the impact of exotic breed to the hybrid or crossbreed resulted from crossing. And the third top is lack of or weak animal genetic resources management policy or programs or institution, because the government or countries doesn't have specific management policy and also program to harmonize between crossbreeding program and also the sustainable utilization of the chicken. Lack of or maybe weak of the management policy. The fourth top is breeds not profitable or competitive or have poor performance. As I mentioned before, that the heritage chicken breed has a low productivity. However, they are very adapted to the local climate change that could be useful for the future utilization. So, if the breed don't fit the mold, are being lost because of not profitable, or maybe we don't want this breed because of the breed do not have high performances, because the breed have a low egg production, or maybe low in the carcass production, for example. We then are culling this breed. However, in other side, those breed actually has a very good adaptability to the environment, and also managed by the cultural for 100 year, 100 generation. That actually we need this breed that has valuable trait and genetic that may be needed in the future. So these five main factors we must to consider, and we have to harmonize between keeping the heritage chicken and also improve the local breed for the egg production, or also meat production to fulfill the consumer demand, for example. So please see in this book, breeds related to the genetic diversity. Loss of breed means that loss of genetic diversity. We must consider this. Therefore, for the heritage chicken, we need to conserve them. Here I give some example of the designer breed of Indonesian chicken. This is the kampung chicken, already selected for the kampung population from the Landrace population. And then the institution, certain institution choose for the standardized breed, and also then develop the designer breed for the kampung chicken, and also the sentul chicken, and also Merawang chicken, which is for the meat production, and kedu chicken for the egg production, gauk chicken also for meat, and cemani chicken also for the meat and also egg production. So you can see the color of the plumage. Homolog, or maybe low diversity, similar. It means that they have the low genetic diversity. Therefore, for this population, we cannot hope about the future genetic diversity for future utilization, because they have a low genetic diversity compared to the Landrace population. You can also hear human meat only for the certain traits, therefore low in diversity. What happens if the breed have the low genetic diversity? I illustrate with this figure. You can see here many color in high diversity or high genetic diversity in one breed, for example. In one breed of the chicken, for example, there are color of the green, and then purple, blue, black, and others maybe. Nah, This character will adapt to certain factor, maybe to climatic changes. For example, for the temperature, humidity, and also disease, for example. So if the climatic changes will continue happen in the future, those characteristics, those genetic will be survived. What happened if the breed has the low genetic diversity? They will be extinct because they have similar genetic diversity. And then in the future, they will be extinct. I illustrated how important we have to maintain the heritage chicken breed, not only in Indonesia, I mean, but also in Pakistan, in Malaysia, and also in Bangladesh and many countries who have the heritage chicken breed that related to the culture and also tribe groups. Based on our research, we evaluated the genetic diversity more than 30 Indonesian chicken breed, and we found that only 3 breeds can be grouped as Indonesian heritage chicken. Only 3 breeds. How about others? We evaluated more than 30 chicken breed in Indonesia, and we compared with many chicken breed from other countries. And surprisingly, that we found only 3 breed of Indonesian chicken can be grouped as the Indonesian heritage chicken here. Others are grouped as regional transboundary breed and also international transboundary breed because they have blood or they have genetic characteristic from other countries. We found 3 gene flow from other countries in Indonesian chicken. Therefore, for the other chicken, instead of 3 local chicken, so I hope to mention that they are local Indonesian breed of chicken. Therefore, we need to consider about it. I think not only in Indonesia, but also in other countries. Many publications also identified that the local chicken that they have do not show the specific genetic parameter or genetic characteristic of their country, but the profile of the genetic represent transboundary, regional, and also international breed. One of the factor is crossbreeding. So we are in danger now. our especially Indonesian chicken in danger now based on our finding. The last topic about sustainable utilization of heritage chicken breed. If we talk about utilization, in the simple meaning of the sustainable utilization, is getting profit, getting high profit without harm environment. This is the basic concept of sustainable utilization. So we cannot only consider the economic, the demand, to fulfill the consumer demand, We cannot only consider that, but we have to consider social and cultural. And also the most important thing is environmental and the biodiversity of the chicken genetic resources for the future need or for the future utilization. Here I summarize the three pillars, the main three pillars of the sustainable utilization of heritage chicken. First, economy. This is mean that maintaining the chicken sector capacity to respond to ecological changes, changing market demand, changing regulatory framework, changes in the availability of input, not only feed, but also other resources, and so on. The second main pillar is social and cultural. That the breed we have to maintain the roles of livestock in the cultural and historical identity of the community, because the social and cultural of the community will create the breed. They will use the breed for the future or recent need, for example. And the third pillar is the environmental and biodiversity. How the contribution of the breed to ecosystem, to environmental, how the adaptability of the breed to the climatic change, or maybe is the breed or is the chicken produce the high amount of emission, for example, to the environmental. We can also consider that. From three main pillars, there are one pillar, research and training. This is also important to maintain resources that are valuable for research or educational purposes from those pillars, from three pillars. So we can summarize that actually 4 pillars for sustainable utilization of the chicken breed for the future. If we see the livestock SDGs, interaction complexity SDGs, we already know that improvement of the livestock and also include of chicken must be referred to the SDGs program. I point into the goal 15 here, life on land, focus on reducing degraded natural habitat and fighting biodiversity loss. This is the program of the SDGs, goal of SDGs. So we have to to consider that generally, if the livestock have detrimental effect, it is generally because of the way they are managed. Usually for short-term gain with no concern for sustainability. For example, crossing with exotic breed. Temporarily, we can get the higher profit compared to the local breed. However, for sustainability, it is still questioned because of the low genetic diversity. and also a low adaptability to the environmental. So we must consider this goal if we utilize heritage chicken breed. FAO also mentioned that there is a contradictionary between productivity and biodiversity. Genetic improvement is a powerful tool, but care should be taken to manage genetic resources properly, with due consideration given to the local context, climate, feed, and also culture. Crossbreeding program, particularly with imported breed, should be accompanied by conservation efforts. So as I mentioned before, we must harmonize between crossbreeding program and also conservation efforts. This is a main consideration if we think about the sustainable utilization. I illustrate like harmony like we play orchestra. If we play orchestra, what is the production? The production we can hear. I give some I give a illustration. created the sustainable utilization of heritage breed like a playing orchestra. There is a conductor. This is a very famous orchestra with the conductor of Maurits Ludwig and the composer James Horner. And this is one of my favorite orchestra. We can see that every single person in this team has own responsibility to produce beautiful harmony of the orchestra. The composer create the arrangement of the orchestra. The composer as a baseline data to guide all the player. You can see the very talented young boy here, and then you can also the senior one. In this system, it's actually needed to set up the sustainability utilization of heritage breed. Every single person must follow the script or the program lead by the conductor. Who is the conductor? If we utilize the chicken or heritage chicken, this is based on the regional scope or maybe national scope. It means that government must be the leader for the creating the sustainable utilization program for the heritage chicken. Therefore, here there are 9 steps that must be created if we want to utilize of chicken genetic resources for the future. You can see here, first, facilitating policy and legal framework. If your country don't have the policy and legal framework, so it is difficult to sustain, to make livestock or a chicken will be sustained. And then the second one, institutional arrangement, allocation of responsibility for coordinating the system. So all of us, government, institution, and you as student, and also the community, breeder, farmer, and so on, must be in one language to define or to give definition about the sustainable utilization of the heritage chicken breed. If you have, if one of you or if one of the institutional or stakeholder have own meaning in determining the sustainable utilization, therefore, you cannot produce the good or the beautiful melody of orchestra. So it is a simple illustration. And for the third until 6th step, I give a different color compared to other, because this is the baseline data, include of the risk status that related to the population or the number of the chicken. If your country do not have the data of the population, you cannot classify whether your chicken in the high risk status or a safe status, and also which one must be categorized as the priority one. This is based on the population data. Therefore, I give a different color here. And then also here, the team. I illustrate as the player in orchestra must work together from institution, researcher, student, and also a breeder, farmer, and so on. Must be in one language to determine the sustainable utilization. And then regional and global collaboration, and the last is national and regional reporting and communication. So I give example here in Indonesia. In Indonesia, based on the our government data, the local chicken, this is the population of the local chicken. However, the data of the population of the every breed of the chicken we don't have, or still in developing now. Therefore, we need this as the baseline data before we set up the program for the sustainable utilization. And also, of course, crossing program. So if we see in this data, this is all only stated as native chicken. There is no information about how many number of the kampung chicken, how many number of the pelung chicken, how many number of the other local chicken. And we need this data before we set up the program for the future. Coming to the contribution of the heritage chicken breed, as we might know that the many advantages of the chicken breed, local chicken breed, in Indonesia, for example, and also in other countries. For example, the hen become broody, so can reproduce without the need for artificial incubation and brooding. And then they can escape from predator because they can run fast, fly, and roost in tree, for example. And then they have been shown to be more resistant to bacterial and protozoan disease and to parasitic infestation than commercial broiler or layer. And then their meat and egg are generally preferred to those from commercial breed. And how about contribution of the local breed or heritage breed to community welfare? Chicken is well known as an investment or source of security for family or household, and also source of meat and egg for consumption and income, and also important to welfare of women and children. And also, this is empowering women. We know in SDGs goal that gender equity is important for sustainable development in the future. And then chicken also as a tool for poverty alleviation. And the most important thing that chicken heritage breed can play as a genetic resources for the future due to chicken capability to cope with the environment, social and culture of community. So we can I can give example like this. Certain people really need heritage breed because they don't have enough money if they have to produce the higher for example the designing breed with a higher productivity. And for the community, this is also important because they have the spatial utilization or spatial purposes for contest and also for the fancy chicken. However, we can also consider the challenge of the chicken breed, especially heritage one. If we see the stock and genetic improvement, and also traditional housing system, feeding system, biosecurity and disease, and product quality. We have to include technology. However, of course, apply technology that's suitable with the traditional system. So we also consider the limited resources of feed and also traditional feed formulation by the farmer giving to the chicken, and by extension program and also introduction of the feed technology, we can improve the knowledge of the farmer, the knowledge of the local people, so they can keep the chicken based on the concept of animal welfare and also for the technology applied to the production. Okay, we also can consider some specific genetic characteristic of the local chicken. For example, fragile chicken, curly feather, and also naked chicken. This is very important for the countries with a hot climate like in Indonesia, because we can utilize this gene for the better chicken production, and this is will be promising for the future utilization of the heritage chicken. And the last, I would like to introduce you for the lesson learned. Actually, we have a cooperation with the Livestock Conservancy, especially for the characterize the genetic feature of the Sumatran chicken and black chicken, and we got sample from the America for our study. Therefore, I give a lesson learned from the Livestock Conservancy. You can find in internet by googling this Livestock Conservancy. This is I think they have many success stories how to manage the heritage breed for the sustainable utilization by combining the factor of research, outreach, promotion, rescue, learning and documenting, assisting with gene bank and DNA collection, and also education. They combine all factors. And fortunately, we support in this data, assisting with gene bank and data collection of the Sumatran and Javan chicken. They regularly do poultry census. Therefore, they have the population data of the heritage chicken breed in their country. Therefore, they can define conservation priority list of the chicken. Which one in endangered, which one in safe, and etc. and they can increase from the status of the risk or endanger become safe population. For example, Dominic chicken. Dominic chicken is the first American chicken breed that already created in 1750. And however, this chicken become endangered because of breeder do not want the special characteristic of this chicken. For example, the bar plumage coloration. The breeder prefer the red Colombian and also the black color or white color. Therefore, this chicken become endangered. However, recently the population of the chicken already increased and now in a safe status of population. Here I give some example of Sumatran chicken and Javan chicken that we already studied, collaborate with the livestock conservancy, and we have the very nice data of genetic characteristic of Sumatran chicken, Javan chicken compared to Indonesian chicken. So this is the price of Sumatran chicken as the pets or fancy chicken. It's very expensive, about 2,000 until 30,000 US dollar. Cemani chicken also very expensive, especially the completely black one, the high grade of the Cemani chicken. Therefore, we have to save heritage chicken for the future because they have very high genetic diversity compared to the standardized chicken or the designer chicken. Thank you very much. That is my presentation, Mr. Edith.
Hey, thank you very much, Bu Maria. Such interesting topics. And I'll give you a chance. We still have maximum 10 minutes for discussion. It's already one participant who asked in the chat room. Before I read the question, perhaps participant from the Zoom, or I would like to ask directly. I will give you a chance to a participant. Okay, this is already chat. Or I will read a question from the chat room, Bu Maria, while waiting from the from participants. The question is from Dianur Amalia. Good afternoon. Thank you for such interesting topic. I wonder what makes the voice of chickens different. Yeah, besides it is because they're genetic, yeah, but probably is there something, or is there some impact, yeah, beside the gene, yeah, that makes the voice of the chickens is different? That's the question from Diana Amalia, Bu Maria.
Thank you, Pak Adit. Hello, Dian Amalia. Nice to have your question concerning to the voice of the chicken. Actually, the voice of vocalization of the chicken, there are two types of the voice. First, it's song type that you heard in my during my presentation. The second one is the alarm call. The first one is song type. Song type generally produced by chicken for attract the female one for reproduction purposes. So the male chicken will be look so handsome in front of the female chicken. Therefore, they produce very nice song characters. So the chicken will say that this is me. Look how handsome I am. Something like that for production reproduction purposes. The second one is the alarm call. Alarm call will be produced by chicken if they feel in danger by, for example, by you, Dian, for example. If you come to the chicken and the chicken will be afraid, and then chicken will petok, 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 or other alarm voices. Why they different between breed, Pelong, and then Gaga chicken and other crowing chicken? Because of different characteristic of the special organ produce voice, namely searing. Searing contain of the muscle, and genetically this muscle specific to the character of muscle is specific between one breed and other breeds. Therefore, that's causes the different voices produced by chicken. This is Dian.
Okay, Dian, is there any feedback for the question? For the answer, pardon? It's enough, yeah? Okay, the second one, the question from Desti from University of Sumatra Utara. How does the climate in Japan affect the color of chicken breed feathers? We know Japan has 4 seasons. What temperate climate? Thank you, Bu Maria, from Desti, University of Sumatra Utara.
Okay. Hello, Desti. How are you there? Nice to get to have your question. Concerning to the climate, especially in the country which has 4 seasons. Usually the chicken will adapt with the climate by for example like this. They will keep in the special houses. Don't imagine that in Japan like in Indonesia. Even though they have traditional system, however, very different with the Indonesian condition. Especially they will take care in special houses, and actually the plumage color is controlled mainly by the gene. Therefore, for example, the white color is dominant to the red color. Usually, is the phenotypic characteristic will follow this rule of the genetic effect. However, if we talk about climate, we can show that the spectrum produced I don't know in English, Mr. Ed, maybe you can help me. Pendaran warna ya, apa ya?
Colors.
Colorization ya.
Yes, yes.
The dose of colorization, it is also affected by the season. For example, like this, during the if the chicken have the enough light intensity, this will impact on the hormone release by the organ hypothalamus, for example, that will correlate it with the color of the chicken. It is related to the hormonal, especially in the reproduction states of the chicken. However, if we manage the chicken in a closed house, so the climatic change will less impact on the chicken colorization because of human manage the environment in the houses. Therefore, they will be still have the good enough of the light intensity, and then similar with no differences. I mean, no differences, even though in the snow season and other. Usually like that. If we see in Japan. However, for the Indonesia, for example, based on our data, if we see the chicken from in the field, for the dry region compared to the rainy region, like in Bogor, and in hot region like in East Java, in Bogor is more more high body weights compared to the chicken in East Java. It is related to the body weights. And how about the color? I'm sorry, I don't have any experiment about the color, as I know that the color is controlled by gene mainly, the color of the plumage, and this is Pak Edit. So
Okay,
mainly on the body weights.
Okay, thank you, Bu Maria. There is last two question because we have running of time, still maximum 6 minutes. There is the two question. First is from South Korea, Venuste, Chungnam National University. Good afternoon. Chicken's products are of high demand. Many countries prefer to raise imported breeds for high production to meet this demand. How can we improve our local breeds to have an appreciate productivity, or how we can improve the local breeds in terms to compare with the imported breeds from Chungnam National University. Please, Bu Maria. Chungnam National University, South Korea. Venuste. Is it your name, Mr. Venuste? You're early in the Zoom.
Venuste, South Korea.
Yeah, I think it's a foreign student in South Korea. Yeah. Perhaps you can say something. You can unmute.
Mr. Edit, chicken products are of high demand. Could you repeat the question, please?
Chicken's products are high demand. So it means many countries prefer to raise imported breeds compared to local one. So the question is how we can improve the local breeds to improve the productivity.
Okay. Thank you from South Korea. It is a very nice question concerning to the how to improve the productivity of local chicken. So as I mentioned in my presentation, that we have to teach local farmer or to introduce technology. Simple one, because of they have limited resources. For example, for the traditional system, and we can do selection and breeding program in local breed without crossing with the exotic breed. And we and based on the selection, we will find which one the breed that have the high productivity. However, we have to still maintain the foundation stock instead of the selected one. And I know in Korea, I know not in Korea, I know in Taiwan, in National Chung Sing University, they have good result in improving their local breed to improve their productivity. Only selected for the local population without crossing the chicken with the exotic one. I think this is my answer, Mr. Aidit.
Okay, thank you, Bu Maria. This is the last question from Nafisa Kasim, UPM, Malaysia. Good morning, Dr. Maria. In a genetic view, in your opinion, is it possible to have a mapping of original village breed, since the one that we have now was already extremely crossbreeded? So, is it possible to have a mapping, genetic mapping of in village breed or something? Bu Maria, that's the last question. From the
Hello, Nafisa Kasim. Nice to know you and your question. Very possible, because we have a tool, genetic tool that we can distinguish which one the pure one, which one the village breed, original village breed, and then which one the extremely crossbreed, and based on FAO, FAO has the guideline which one of the molecular marker that we can use to distinguish the originality of the breed, chicken breed. For example, by using a microsatellite marker or by mitochondrial DNA analysis. This is genetic tool that we can use to distinguish, as we already done also in Indonesian chicken. That's all, Pak Edit.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you very much, Bu Maria, because we have the time is over. I do apologize. We have probably some participants still have a question. We have to cut because the time is already finished. Thank you again, Bu Maria, for such an interesting topic and also fruitful discussion from the participants. And we are going to the final session here for these lectures. That we will give a certificate of appreciation that will be handed by Dr. Nevi Diana Hanafi. Committee, please, would you like to share the certificate? Hello, Committee. Could you share the certificate of appreciation for Bu Maria? Everyone can see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, please, Bu Dr. Nevi, to hand the certificate.
Thank you, Mr. Edit Laisak. To Dr. Maria Ulfa, we thank you for attending the summer course 2022. Very interesting presentation about overview of Indonesian culture, local wisdom of Indonesian animals. For this, the summer course committee will give a certificate to Dr. Maria Ulfa. See you again at the next summer course. Thank you very much. Hatur nuhun. Terima kasih. Mulyati.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nevi. It is a very complete management with different language. So some participants, some participants. Yes.
Language. Okay.
Yes. Some participants at least learn 2 new words, to say thank you in a different language. Again, thank you, Bu Maria, for the presentation, and Bu Dr. Nevi for to handle the certificate appreciation, and also for the committee, for the participant. I apologize if there is something inappropriate, or during these lectures. See you again next time. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Komite. Thank you all.
Sorry, Pak Edit. Can we take a picture together, Pak Edit?
Okay, please. I always forget to take a picture. This is
Okay.
a very important session. Okay. Say cheese, yeah, everyone, or say chicken.
Okay. We have four screen.
Yes.
We wait until the participant turn on the camera, yeah, Pak Edit.
Yes.
Okay. The first screen, 1, 2, 3. Okay. The second screen, 1, 2, 3. The third screen, 1, 2, 3. And the last screen, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you, Pak Edit.
Thank you, Komite. Thank you all. See you again. Bye.
Bye.
This is the story about happiness and deep of the journey. Dance, music, traditional clothes are timeless work owned by the West Kota Waringin.
Pangkalan Bun,
Kota Waringin Barat.
kota manis,
ramah,
damai,
aman,
sejuk,
hijau,
Etnik. Keragaman.
liar,
amenitas,
konektivitas,
aksesibilitas,
festival, atraksi,
indah,
Jaya.
With any strength and rhythm, given the energy, spirit, and enjoying. This trip learn you to more further what is exactly in your destiny. The natural beauty, culture, and culinary is my hometown. Local wisdom in this city is really allowing us to explore further how exciting cultural heritage in this place. The natural beauty combined with the creativity giving us to the spirit of an adventure. While beauty and natural is the wisdom of the nature and forest. Look and see them, the green of the forest, stretch of the river, the blue of the skies, and a wonderful night. where your dreams are made of. It's not only the immortality of flora and fauna, but it is born in a caring soul and a great will preserving a natural heritage itself. The horizon giving us spirit in the morning. Keep enjoy every step of your journey, because wherever it's a home.
This period has given us plenty of moments to pause, to reflect on the moments we used to call normal time, and to take the right actions in the era of new normal. Nature and culture has many stories to offer. In the era of new normal, many things have changed, including exploring East Kalimantan. Keeping your hands clean, feeling the freshness of natural water. Diving down into the perfect blue depths of the beautiful sea. Self-isolating in a signature hidden forest of East Kalimantan. Wearing a mask when enjoying the exotic culture. Maintaining your distance from the crowd has never been this relaxing. Exploring in every direction, crossing the heart of Kalimantan with your security a priority, offering an experience to connect with nature, staying in an eco-friendly lodge, breathing in fresh air, creating eco-friendly art. Everything can be found right here. Art and culture, nature and wildlife, adventure and sport, water activities, events and festivals, food and drink, shopping and souvenirs. It is true that everything has changed. Visiting East Kalimantan will always give you excitement and limitless experiences. See you in East Kalimantan. Escape to East Borneo. Lost in paradise.
This is South Kalimantan, a place where we feel comfortable, friendly, and full of brotherhood. Make unforgettable stories, where its nature is full of natural resources, which is the gift from the Creator. The beauty of nature in it make the journey feel perfect. Every arrival will be welcome by a stretch of forest that invite us to adventure more. Art and culture are closely embedded on the people, the identity of a nation that has survived from generation to generation, a mirror of our diversity. From the sound of panting to the delicious variety of Banua cuisine, spoil and bring us out of all fatigue. Many well-known natural resources in South Kalimantan. One of them is the Banja Diamond, the best quality and precious stone in the world, where the natural wealth is not only to be used, but also to be preserved. Whoever comes will never get bored. because South Kalimantan will always welcome people like family. Uniqueness, beauty, diversity, they blend into one in South Kalimantan. The balance of human and nature makes South Kalimantan will always be remembered by everyone who comes.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Summer Course 2022, collaboration between IPB University and Universitas Sumatera Utara. Okay, first let me introduce myself. My name's Astari. I'm a lecturer in IPB University. Now I'm the moderator for this session. The lecture now will be delivered by Professor MD Aminul Islam from Bangladesh Agricultural University, Bangladesh. But first, I will introduce him. Okay, I will share screen his CV. Okay. Okay, Professor Dr. Aminul Islam was born in Bangladesh on December 31, 1983. His nationality Bangladeshi, and this is his email address and phone number if you have any question for him. And his current position is professor in Faculty of Veterinary Science, Bangladesh Agricultural University. This is his research interest in immunomodulatory potential of probiotic lactobacilli, and then immunogenomics, transcriptomics, bioinformatics, host microbes interaction, etc. Okay, this is his education background. He took Doctor of Veterinary Medicine in Faculty of Veterinary Science in Bangladesh Agricultural University, and then he took Master of Science in same faculty in Bangladesh Agricultural University, and then he continued his study for PhD in University of Bonn, Germany. This is his index corpus 15, and then this is his research publication. This is his contribution as editorial and reviewer of scientific journals. Okay. Okay, during the lecture, please activate your video, and if you have any questions related to the presenters, please write down your question in the chat room with the format your name, / your country, / your institution or university, / the questions. Or you just can raise hand in discussion session. Please welcome Prof. Aminul Islam. Prof.
Bastari?
Yeah.
I didn't find his name.
Pardon me?
Prof. Aminul Islam still not joined with us, I think. Pak Asep, maybe any information?
I think he's still join with us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe waiting for his connection. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, we'll wait. Yeah.
Recording stopped.
Halo, Prof. Aminul. Halo, Prof. Aminul. Halo, Prof. Aminul. Can you hear me?
I think Prof. Aminul already join with us, Bu Astari.
Iya. Iya,
Yang kening ya, ini dapat cash itu beda ya.
Halo, Prof. Aminul.
Hello, Professor Asif.
Okay, welcome to our summer course.
Thank you. I'm already late, I think. Right?
Okay. Can we start now?
Yes.
Okay. Time is yours.
Sorry that
Yeah.
late so much.
Okay. Okay, Prof. Time is yours. You can share screen your PowerPoint. Halo, Prof.
Hello, can you hear me and can you see my screen now?
Yeah, I can see your PowerPoint. Okay, time is yours, Prof.
Thank you very much. And I'm very sorry actually that due to time differences and some internet connectivity, I got a bit late to join you. However, let's start a bit about today's topic. Today, I'm planning to talk about an transboundary animal disease, that is foot and mouth disease. And you all know it's a global concern, particularly in Asian context and other European countries, all sorts of cattle producing countries, particularly. Throughout my talk, actually, I'll go through a little bit introductions about the FMD, then I'll talk about epidemiology of FMD, its host strains, causal agent, and so on. Then I'll talk about a little bit about the economic impact of FMD. Then I'll go for transmission dynamics of FMD viruses. I'll talk about something clinical management, how to deal these sorts of disease at individual level, individual sick animal or hospital-based services. Then we will also talk about the prevention and control approaches for FMD. You know, FMD is an extremely contagious disease, and it's a transboundary disease. Worldwide, almost worldwide distributed disease, and it's an epizootic concern in animal production actually, and it's highly contagious one, and it causes huge economic losses. Even the disease is somehow declared that the country is FMD free, it can re-emerge and it can cause huge economic impact in the FMD-free countries as well. Till now, over 100 countries in the world are somehow not considered FMD free because they are at risk somehow. Some sort of regions are still vulnerable to FMD infection. And it is a notifiable disease. That's why the declarations come from OIE, that is Office International Day Securities, what we call the parallel institutions of WHO for animal health. For animal health is called Animal Health Organizations, we call it here, based on Lyon, France. So as the FMD is FMD is a notifiable disease. If any country faces this FMD outbreaks as epidemic situations, in these countries, the authorities or livestock services of these countries should notify the outbreak of FMD to the government and finally to many countries in Asia, Bangladesh and
Hello, Prof. Yeah, I think he has internet problem.
Recording in progress.
Hello, Prof.
I'm sorry, I got lost the connection.
Okay. Or maybe you can off your video so to get internet connection better.
Hello, can you hear me?
Pardon me?
Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear
Okay.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay.
I'm very sorry, I lost my internet connection again. Very
Okay.
unstable it was.
Okay.
Let's come to my story again, actually. FMD, what I was saying about that in Asian countries, it's endemic in most of the Asian countries, including Indonesia and Bangladesh. Endemic means the situations where one disease is regularly present throughout the year. That is called endemic disease. The FMD is come from the virus name is food and mouth disease virus, FMD virus. It's a Picornaviridae family, and the genus name is Eptovirus. It's a non-enveloped RNA virus. So, all sorts of RNA virus is somehow tricky to control it because of heavy mutation rate compared to any sorts of infectious DNA viruses. That's why this FMD virus, because of being RNA virus, it's very tough to control through immunizations or vaccinations. Even there are 7 distinct serotypes of FMD viruses are available throughout the world. Particularly strain A, O, C, Asia 1, Set1, Set2, Set3. And some countries has 1, 2, or 3 strains altogether. Some countries has only 1, some countries even more. There are more than 60 strains because of time. And the important thing for designing prevention strategy or vaccinations of FMD is there is no cross protections for the serotypes of FMD viruses. If we make vaccinations using one serotypes of FMD viruses, it cannot protect the infections by another serotypes of FMD viruses. That is very challenging to design effective prevention strategy. The virus has different sorts of instability. I'm not going through much about it. The FMD viruses has a wide host range. So many animal species are affected with FMD viruses like pig, sheep, goat, and so many, buffaloes. But our main concern is cattle, particularly the animal who has cloven hoof, divided hoof, particularly at the last digit level. Divided hoofed animals are much more vulnerable to FMD viruses. That's why in Asian context also cattle, buffalo are the major large animal or large ruminant for meat production. We have also sheep, goat, and some other small animals to contribute in meat production. Considering this, cattle is the most important species to consider or design in FMD prevention strategies. And due to FMD causes huge economic in this areas concerned. So many other species are affected, but only noted that horses are not susceptible to FMD virus. Yeah, particularly not only horse, all sorts of animals who have their hoof is undivided, like tapir and so other wild species are also not susceptible to FMD. of FMD products in global. If you say here in Indonesian context, it's about Asia. I'm sorry, it's about OA set 1 and set 2 are mostly distributed throughout the Indonesian context, and in Bangladesh, India, it's about AO Asia 1, and in China, countries AO.
Sorry, Prof, we cannot hear your voice.
Sorry.
Please continue.
What is the most important thing to talk about FMD virus? It's an huge economical important diseases, and there are different types of losses it causes, particularly direct costs. If we talk about, it causes huge production loss and loss of animal, particularly the young and growing animals has high mortality. But on the other hand, the adult animals are not that much seriously affected, and somehow they escape from the diseases and survive. That's why mortality rate in adult animals for FMD is not that much high, but they got huge morbidity loss. I mean the production loss, milk, meat, and other productions, weight gain. And so many indirect causes also encountered by the FMD infections because of it's a transboundary disease, highly transmissible disease. That's why for prevention strategy, we need to consider the eradication. If we consider eradication by depopulation, stamping out, it concerns huge amount of money. And another thing is that if FMD is affected in some sort of areas or countries, there is an embargo for exporting animal or animal products from the infected countries. This is an international trade embargo that is also incurred huge economic losses for the affected countries. And the industries who are somehow reported with an FMD infections, they also got huge production loss due to trade embargo. Consumer fear also an important issue to consider. Because of economic loss, if FMD free country, for example, why declare one country is FMD free, even they have a chance to economic loss by FMD infection, because of this unauthorized international export and import for animal products from and through the countries who are already FMD affected. In this way, FMD free countries also got the economic losses. This is also not a small amount, it's a big amount per year as well. So FMD economic losses are threat for both FMD affected country, I mean endemic countries, and also FMD free countries. If we go back for an FMD outbreak history, actually it comes from 1929. It was first reported in USA. Then it comes through almost nowadays it's almost worldwide. Reported in Taiwan, there was about 560 million US dollar due to FMD infections in Taiwan, lastly in 1997. So it's always affect and mass cattle populations and ultimately cause a huge economic losses because of heavy transmission potential and so rapid transmission. All sorts of animals are affected, surrounding animals, and we need to dispose of the populations all through the population. That incur a huge economic loss. This is the go through way. Always the economic loss reported from different countries are going up and up. That's why worldwide it's an huge concern for worldwide transmissions and trade dealings, and ultimately animal originated food production. So if we think about the transmission of FMD, what we call is direct transmission and indirect transmission, both ways occur. And if we think about direct transmission, excretions of the nasal secretion and vesicle, the affected region, the fluid comes from the affected vesicles. It's a source of viruses. This way the direct transmission occurs, and ultimately respiratory route is also most important one for aerosol transmission. And indirect contacts sometimes happens via clothing, foods, or hands. Those are contaminated with viruses. And for about the transmission, it's an highly potential one, and airborne transmission happens. That's why country to country is so rapidly transmit this virus because of export import of particularly live animal or sometimes animal products through which virus can transmit it from one country to another country. That's why it's called a transboundary animal disease. Transmissions in transmission for FMD viruses, swine or pig are considered as an amplifying host, because when pigs are affected with FMD virus, it causes huge multiplications of viruses within this host. And from within the pig host, the viruses increases so many times, and from this virus, it transmitted to another host like sheep. So hosts are contributing as an amplifying host, the increasing number of viruses. What about clinical features of FMD? I talked about it causes huge morbidity loss than mortality. For mortality, the young animals are more susceptible and usually die. But for the adult animals not always die. Somehow it escape and survive. Particularly the calf, lambs, and piglets has up to 94 to 100% mortality rates is reported somewhere. And the young animals got FMD viruses directly in the heart, and heart muscle got necrosis, and it's something like stripes like zebra skin. That's why sometimes FMD affected young animals' hearts looks like zebra. That's why sometimes it calls tiger heart disease or zebra, something like it striped like tiger or zebra. That's why it calls tiger heart disease. Particularly the interdigital spaces of hoop are the most predilection side of this virus. Epithelial cells are the most important cell type the virus has affinity with. When the FMD virus is affected with the epithelial cells of interdigital space, it causes vesicle formations with clear fluid. And when the vesicle ruptures, the viruses comes out and transmitted to other susceptible viruses. Due to heavy infections in interdigital space, animals cannot move clearly. This causes lameness and so severe pain, animals reluctant to move, and sometimes flopping of hooves. It causes abortion as well, and what I said, the young animals also die sometimes. Not only in the digital space, also on tongue and gums and muscles are also affected with FMD viruses. That's why it reduces the appetite and it stops to take swallowing foods. That's why animal got anorexic and huge weight loss are occurred so after. Besides the interdigital space and mouth lesions, there are also reported that cattle teeth, I mean the mammary gland, also somehow affected with FMD viruses. And it causes huge production loss, particularly milk production. And for the interdigital space infections, it causes lameness, what I said before, and also it affected heart of the, there's a severe coronary affections, and sudden death also occurs for young infected animals. And these are some sort of typical clinical signs for FMD. And this is more or less similar signs what we found in cattle. Some diseases we need to differentiate from FMD viruses to make it more precise and design effective control strategy. Particularly vesicular stomatitis, swine vesicular disease, vesicular exanthema. These are the diseases actually have similar clinical features with FMD, but almost all these are diseases except vesicular stomatitis. All three are not affected to cattle population. So cattle populations are only affected by FMD viruses and vesicular stomatitis. So when we consider the cattle, only we need to differentiate FMD from vesicular stomatitis.
Sorry, sorry, Prof. Sorry, Prof. Halo, Prof. Prof. Aminul. Okay, sorry, because Prof. Aminul Islam has internet connection trouble. We continue for the next session with Dr. Windy as a moderator. Dr. Windy?
Halo, Ibu Astari.
Okay. Yes, you can continue for the next session.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I think we can continue for the next lecture. As Ibu Astari already read the role of this summer course activity, I will just continue to the lecture. And we have here our lecturer, Daniel Brain Kakpo, PhD, or Brain. Brain, are you there already?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, great. Yes, perfect that you are here with us already. So everyone, I hope that you still can follow our final lecture for today. And I'm going to read his curriculum vitae. So Daniel Brain Akakpo, PhD, is a lecturer from Department of Crop Science, University of Ghana, Legon. Daniel Brain, or we call it Brain because Brain is my colleague in Wageningen University and research when we did our PhD together. So it was really nice to have you, Brain, and thank you very much for being here with us today. You're going to talk some lectures, and it's mainly about the relation with crop and animal. That was really interesting topic, of course. And Brain is also Brain was a researcher at DES Consulting in Ghana, and also in International Institute of Tropical Agriculture in Ghana before he continued his PhD at Wageningen University and research. And also he has so many experiences related. Yes, Brain, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Professor Aminu, sorry that we are running of the time, so now we are moving for the next lecture, and there's still some because I also follow your lecture, which is very interesting, related with the mount and food diseases. And this is, of course, really interesting topic, but because the time is over and we have still lecture and a next lecture is waiting for presentation. So would you mind to maybe give a kind of a short conclusions, or maybe if there is some questions to you, would you mind to answer it later on, or what is the best thing? Because we, of course, really excited with your lecture, and there's
One thing I can do is I can finish in minutes to my talk, and if some sort of questions come from the participant can contact me personally. Then next session you can conduct.
Okay, perfect. Brain, is that okay if I take your time for like 5 minutes?
No problem. I'm okay.
Thank you very much. Okay. Yes, Professor, please continue.
Yeah. Thank you. Actually, my internet connection got a serious problem. So what I was talking about FMD for FMD prevention and control things. FMD is concerned worldwide because of rapid viral transmission, high mutation rate, high level of viral excretion, small doses required for infections, multiple form of transmission, wide geographical distribution, broad host range, availability to establish carrier status, antigenic diversity, and relatively short durations of immunity. all these sorts of things make us aware and make a concern for FMD infections. That's why veterinarians worldwide are trying to design effective vaccination strategy for FMD control or prevention. On OIE and regional livestock services for each and every countries are trying their best to design or prepare locally developed vaccines so that the protection level of local originated FMD vaccines are much more than other imported vaccines. And they recommended that local vaccinations and step-by-step control strategies for FMD. And ultimately, OIE is the final authority for FMD notifications. So the countries are affected and got continuously affected with FMD are requested or responsible to notify their outbreak of FMD to OIE. All this way, we are designing FMD control strategy. It's based on national to international level. Overall, what FMD is talk about is an huge economic important disease and transmission worldwide, transboundary animal diseases. That's why it's more concerned about. So with these few things, I would like to conclude my talk. That's to the participants, if you please have any queries about FMD issues, you can contact me directly or somehow put the comments to chat box. I can come with my answer. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Asif, the organizers, and thank you every participants. And I'm again sorry for my delayed and interrupted connections. Thank you very much. Wish you all the best. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Aminul Islam. And before you left, and maybe you still have other activities, I would like to deliver our token of appreciations by sending you electric certificate. And I would like to request Ibu Dr. Ade Trisna SPT MM from Universitas Sumatera Utara to give this certificate. Ibu Ade, are you there?
Yes, thank you.
Can you also share the certificate, please?
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Astari. And thank you so much, Professor Aminul Islam, for your Stadium General explanation today in the event of this summer course. Now, please accept this certificate as an appreciate from us because you share your sharing your knowledge. We hope next time we will get a collaboration again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Aminul Islam. And I believe there are still many questions from the participants because this is quite a hot topic recently in Indonesia, especially. And if you still have more questions, just drop your questions at the box chat. And if if you still have time to reply the questions, we really much appreciate it. But if you have to leave, then we will collect all the questions and send it to your email. And maybe if you have time, you can reply it later on. Thank you very much of your time, Professor Aminul Islam. And we are.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm still a few minutes. And proceed on. Thank you very much.
Yeah. And we are going back to our next speaker, and we have Brain. Brain, sorry for a bit taking your time, and I hope it's fine for you. Wow, that's really nice dress of Ghana's batik, I think, and with the virtual background of Ghana. which is very nice. So Brain, without further ado, again, I'm so happy that we are finally meet again in this virtual event. Since I think last 2 years we met during your defense, right? Before the corona in the Netherlands. So it was really nice to see you again here, and thank you very much again. So without further ado, please, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, it's perfect, but it's would be nice if you can make it full screen. I think we can only see the slideshow now.
Is it not full screen?
No, we can see 2 screens at the same time, so it's so small from my screen.
Okay, I'm coming. A minute.
Yes, it's fine.
Maybe I'll close this and reshare.
Or you can just...
Please give me a minute and I will reshare. Yeah, please, can you see?
I'm afraid that we still see 2 screens. I don't know if others also see the same with me. Komito, are you also see the same, or it's only me that has the problem?
Please click the 3 dots button.
I should click what? Which one?
3 dots button.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, and hide presenter view.
Hide.
Can you click the 3 dots button?
Yes, I did.
Yes, and you click the hide presenter view.
I didn't hear that part. I should hide name annotation or hide video panel.
What did you see in the options? Did you see?
I've seen hide names of annotators, hide video panels, hide floating meeting control.
So you need to put right click over the screen and put the option hide presenter view.
You have to find a way to hide the presenter view according to the suggestions, Brain. Can you find that way?
In fact, I cannot see anything like that.
Hi, Brain.
I'll leave now and join again.
Hi, Brain.
No, you don't have to leave, I think.
I think what is happening is that you have a monitor and your computer as well.
Yes.
Okay.
So right now, you are showing us the presentation from your laptop. You need to select the presentation to display on your monitor.
Okay.
So you have 2 options. You can display or show us what is coming from your monitor, not from your laptop.
Okay. And please, can you see any screen again?
No, but when you then do the display, when you want to do the
share screen, maybe you have to stop your screen first, Brain.
Select from your screen, your laptop,
Okay.
your monitor.
I'm sharing again. Can you see?
No, I think first you have to stop your screen, Brain. That's the first thing you have to do is stop your screen.
Okay, I have stopped sharing.
And then because you use 2 devices, then you have to select from one.
Just
Sure.
disconnect.
So now,
Just disconnect your screen and show us from your laptop directly. Then it will be fine.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe that helps.
All right, that's okay. Please, I'm sharing now.
Yeah.
Can you see?
Yes, now display. Yeah.
Okay, you can see my screen.
Okay,
Yes,
now
now we
it's perfect.
Okay.
Great. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to give a presentation from Africa. I'm actually very happy to be part of this summer school, and that's a way of salutation. I'm in Ghana, it's still morning. I would like to say Salamat Pagi. Those of you in the afternoon, I'll say Salamat Tia. And those in the evening, Salamat Malam. I had a very good Bahasa friend, Talita, who taught me how to greet in Bahasa. Thank you very much. So in this presentation, I'll be presenting on the role of green legume folders as livestock feed or ruminant feed in enhancing sustainable intensification of a farming system. So, yeah, okay. As an outline for the presentation, I'll talk a bit about Ghana. I'll talk about farming systems in Ghana, and I've selected some of my research to present on, and I'll conclude to tell you if green legume residues or folders are very necessary in intensifying the farming system in West Africa. And at the end of this lecture, I'm expecting that the participants will understand how green legume folders, which I will be referring to as GLFs in Ghana, are used. And I will also talk, and I also expect a participant to understand the external use of input, which includes fertilizer and inoculant, in increasing grain yield and grain quality and fodder quality. And at the end of this lecture, I also expect that the student will be able to describe the feed storage systems in Ghana. And finally, they will know the importance of green legume residues or folders in sustainable intensification in Ghana. Ghana is a small country by size compared to the size of Indonesia. We are located in the western part of Africa, and we are slightly above 32 million people, even though we are the second most populous nation in West Africa after Nigeria. We have a nominal GDP, as you can see on the screen, and we have per capita of 2,374 per capita. So, Ghana, agriculture has been the leading contributor to GDP for a very long time. The services sector, such as the telcos, the telecommunication industry, the hotels, or the transportation have actually taken over the agriculture, even though agriculture still employs many rural folks, since agriculture is a rural practice. Now I'd like to talk to you about the agroecology of Ghana. As you can see on the map, please, can you hear me?
Yes, Brent, continue.
Okay.
Perfectly
yes,
hear you.
So agroecology of Ghana and the rainfall pattern, we have 6 different agroecologies in Ghana, spanning from coastal savanna to Sudan savanna. And as you can see in the histogram or the bar chart at the size of the Ghana map, you can see that we have 2 rainy season patterns. In the northern part of Ghana, we have 1 rainy season, which is a monomodal rainy season, where the peak of the rain comes in August, September, or in July. But if you come down to the south or to the middle belt, we have 2 peaks, which indicates that we have 2 different rainy seasons, which is the minor rains and the major rain. So this is brief about the the agroecology. Since I'm going to talk about farming systems and sustainable intensification, I think it is imperative I define what farming system is. The farming system is, simply put, is just a conglomerate of the farm itself, the households which is actually managing, or the people who are managing the farm, the way they grow their crops and the kind of livestock they grow. So it is a complex system which depicts the farming system. And sustainable intensification is actually defined as a system where a farmer aims to increase production without necessarily increasing the area of land put under production. How do they achieve this? Is either they use input like fertilizer, good seed, or good agronomic practices. Then they can increase yield without necessarily increasing the size of the farm. So predominantly, agriculture in Ghana is a smallholder system where the farmers in farming employ almost 83% of the rural folks, since it's done in the rural areas. And land allocation for farmer is basically less than 2 hectares. And anyway, there are some industrial plantations for cocoa, rubber, oil palm, coconut. And so though we have some other plantations for fruit and vegetables like fruit like mango and pineapple. So how is our livestock production system? This is according to FAO Stat. The major livestock that we produce include cattle, sheep, and goats. As you can see in the map, the round dot represent cattle, and the square, the hollow squares represent sheep, whilst the solid triangle represent goats. So as you can see that the production of goat it is higher than sheep and cattle. This is because goat is normally eaten by many people and anytime, so farmers produce it and they mature early. But sheep and cattle are used during festival, Islamic festival, or Christmas or Easter. So people only buy those animals for sacrifice during festivities. And then we have classes of livestock keepers or farmers. We have the smallholder who has a few animals at his backyard. And then we have traders. Traders are people who go around, they buy the livestock, they keep it for, the longest they keep is one month. They send it to the market and sell. Then we have another class of livestock keepers who are fatteners. These people go in to the smallholder farmers and buy animals. They fatten them for festivities like Islamic festivals, then also for Christmas. So they keep them for about between 3 to 6 months. They treat them, they deworm them, and they sell it to the public when it's time for the festivals. And we also have the pastoralists, which we refer to as the Fulanis. For the Fulanis, they are not stationary. They move from place to place. When the weather condition in one place is harsh, they don't have water, they don't have grass, they move to the new areas to feed or to water their animals. So these are the classes of livestock keepers we have. During my research, I tried to diagramize the relationship between these fatteners and the traders and the smallholder farmers. So as you can see in the solid circle here, the livestock production is very important because it produces or it gives the farmer cash, food, and for cultural or religious festivities, because in part of Ghana, when you're going to marry, you use the animals, especially cattle, to pay the dowry or the bride price of the woman. And also, it's also a source of manure and drought power for plowing. So this is a simple or a complex diagram of the system. So what are the reasons for keeping livestock in Ghana or West Africa? This is part of my work. We interview about 290 farmers in 3 different regions of Ghana. We realized that the reason for keeping cattle, that as you can see, the green color indicates, or the deeper green indicates very important, yellow important. So we realized that cash is the main reason why farmers keep cattle, and meat is not very regarded. So when we come to milk, Ghana, milk is very low because we don't produce milk because of the temperatures that we have. They're quite high. So this is basically the reason why farmers keep their animals. So what is the objective of some of my studies? I would like to understand the role of green legume folders in the mixed crop livestock system so that we can identify options to improve their use or their quality. Before I can answer, or we can answer this question, we ask other question: how does the use of green legumes vary among smallholder farmers in our regions? And I also ask, how can the yield of green legume folders be increased using additional input, which I said include fertilizer, inoculants, and good agronomic practices? Then I also ask the question: do the storage of do the storage condition affect the dry matter loss and quality of green legume folders? So we set the objective to investigate. But anyway, why should we use green legumes in the first place? Green legumes are very important because they produce food in this era of climate change. So we need nutrition and food, and there's also a hidden hunger, which is actually related to the nutrition to the human being, where they eat but they don't get the necessary nutrient. And green legumes come in hand because they are rich in protein, vitamins, and especially the cowpea. It can be used as cowpea is also called black eyed pea. It's also used as vegetable, so farmers get a lot of nutrient in there. This is the Ghana cedis. Many people get a lot of money, additional money, from producing green legumes because they get fodder which they sell, and they can intercrop the green legumes with different crops like maize, as you can see in the picture, without affecting the yield of maize. That means you're going to have additional income. And at the end of production, the green legume folders, the dried ones, are harvested and fed to sheep, goats, or cattle. And legumes are also very important in fixing atmospheric nitrogen in the soil. So there's so much advantage for producing green legumes. So this is also part of my work. As I said, we interview over 290 farmers. We realized that livestock production contributes significantly to the income sources of farmers, even though crop production is the main activity that brings them money. So these are the system, or this is how they use green legume folders. So to answer the first question, we went around to the farmers. How do they use the green legumes? So as you can see in the pictures, some of them bring the legumes folders home to feed their animals, and also some bring it home and send it to the market. As you can see, the young girls here are sending this to the market to sell to make money. Some send their animals straight to the field to consume them. So this is the use of green legumes fooders, how they use it among the farmers. They graze it, or they mulch it, or they burn it, and the others here includes the selling. So as you can see in Upper East region, they use it for feeding. They use it a lot to feed animals in the stores or in the crowds, because they practice compound farming. Their farms are not very far from their houses. Unlike in Upper West region, where they have distant farms, they are not able to send their animals to the. They are not able to send their animals to their farm, so they use the fodder as mulch. So this is a seasonal calendar of grain of the northern part of Ghana. Grain legume food features strongly that it is a major component of the calendar, especially in the dry season. So that's actually represented by the blue color here. So you can see that between December, that is the harvesting period, to the next rainy season, they keep these fodders to feed their animals. So the first research we did was to evaluate input use, where we use inoculant and phosphorus fertilizer to improve the yield and quality of grain legumes, because the legumes fix atmospheric nitrogen, and phosphorus enhance root formation and nodal activity, in that case, fixing nitrogen to the soil. So since nitrogen is part of protein, we were aiming that it will increase the quality of the fodder. So we cultivated 3 different crops, which is cowpea, granite, and soybean. Granite, other people call it peanut. So we applied inoculant, which is iodine, phosphorus fertilizer, the combination of the two, and untreated control, where we do the farmers practice. This is done in 8 different locations, so it was a multi-locational trial. So this is the design we use. We collected data, we use split plot, we collected data on rainfall and then all the yield components. Between or among crops, but within crops, they are not different. That means the use of the input fertilizer and inoculant did not improve the quality or did not change the quality. So, but yield was increased significantly, because the control, when we use inoculant alone, it increased yield by 44%. Fertilizer increased yield over 100%, whilst the combination of the two increased yield by almost 130%. And a similar trend applied to the fodder. This is confirmed by another work done by Kema Ita, who did economic analysis about the additional input, that it is economical and viable if you use the input, because you get extra money. But once you have extra fodder, you can sell it or you can feed it to your animals. So we did some regression. So we had some the correlation between grain and fodder, and we realized that most of the varieties we use had positive correlation for yield. That means the more you produce grain, the more you produce fodder. So it is good for the farmer, because they will get extra income. So we did storage trial, because since the farmers store their grain legumes for a period of between 3 to 6 months, and no research has been done to see if the storage length affects the quality. of this folder. So we took it upon ourselves where I investigate the loss of dry matter and quality as affected by storage conditions. And what I meant by storage condition is that we store some of these folders in rooms, we store some on rooftops, we store some in tray forks. As you can see in the picture, this is how farmers in northern Ghana or in West Africa keep their grain legumes. So you see them, they store some in their room. Those who have spare rooms keep them, and those who don't have, they keep it in tray forks or they just leave it on the floor. But they always try to prevent it from being eaten by stray animals or fire. So these are the treatment, and we realize that, okay, so this is just some statistical modeling. So I think for now, I will go over it. As a way of result, we realize that we observe differences when it comes to dry matter loss, because when we store this for 120 days, the quantity we store at the beginning reduce at the end of the storage. And how did they go? Cowpea, granite, and soybean. There's so much reduction in soybean, in cowpea, more than granite, and soybean remain a bit stable. And we also realize that those we store in the rooms perform better than those we stored in the tree forks and also in the barns. So then the packaging type, as I said, we tie some of them with rope, when we tie some of them, or we put some in sacks. So we realize that those we tie lost a lot of dry matter, and those which are in sack preserve the quantity of dry matter. Similarly, digestibility also, duration did not affect digestibility as such, but we realized that the packing type, that whether we tie it or not, affected digestibility. So we concluded that storage conditions are actually have effect on the quantity of dry matter and the quality of the nutritional quality of these folders. Therefore, we recommended to farmers to store in rooms or in sacks to prevent the quality loss. So we also assess the aflatoxin development, since it is a major concern worldwide, but we realized that since the weather was very dry, there was no aflatoxin detected in our experiment. So you can details of this can be found in this paper, which I published in 2020. So I think you have access to the presentation, so you can go and study more. And we also assess the nutritional quality of these folders in different ways. We used 4 different methods. After we stored, we took some samples to the farmers to evaluate which one do they think is more nutritious than the other. Then we fed animals in a cafeteria manner, so they selected some feed and left some. So we also took the samples to the lab where we did analysis to see which of them is more nutritional. But we realized that the trend is similar for them. Most of them were able to determine that granite and cowpea were the most nutritional ones. Granite was more, but the animals selected cowpea because they are used to cowpea, not granite, even though lab analysis detected that granite was more nutritional. But when it comes to the animals, they selected more of cowpea. So this one can also be found in a publication I had in 2022. It came out not quite long ago, so details will be found here. So general conclusion, farmers in Africa are mostly crop livestock integration oriented. So they don't just grow crops alone, they grow crops in tandem with livestock. So it is advisable that when you grow this, there should be some kind of circularity or relationship between these crops and the animals. So the animals will produce manure to feed the crops that you produce, and the crops will produce fodder for your animals. In the same way, nothing becomes a waste in this system. So it is very important to say, if you practice this, you can increase yield or profit from your farming venture. So as a way of conclusion, legumes are very important crops. They can be intercrop in rotation or in sequentials without having effect on the yield of the main crop. So they're easy to produce on even poor soils, and they have a range of co-product. Co-product here means byproduct. The fodder, the husk, the roots can be used to feed animals or for other products. So these reasons and some other reasons discussed above make the legume crop a perfect crop to include in the farming system to enhance sustainability and also circularity in our farming systems in Ghana. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And in my language, we say akpe. Akpe means thank you. And I know in Bahasa, we say apakabel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brain. But it's not apakabar actually. It's terima kasih. It's terima kasih or akpe. Thank you. Thank you very much, Brain. It's really nice presentations. And do we have any questions from participants? You can drop your questions in chat box, or you can also raise your hand if you want. Otherwise, I would like to start with my questions, Brain. So during your presentations, you mainly discuss about this grain legume, right, as the fodder for the animal. But I was like wondering, when you say you use this grain legume, I don't know what I mean in your country, but does this grain is also used as a food for human? Because if it's so, then would you also see this is kind of the food and feed competition then, because you use this grain? If the leaves that you use as a fodder, it's fine because we don't use it, and this is really nice in terms of circularity. But if you also use this grain, would you also see this one as the food and feed competitions? Because this is also related with this circularity. What do you think, Brain?
Thank you very much, Dr. Wendy, for the question. During my presentation, I said the grains are used to feed human beings, okay, because they have a lot of nutrients, and the fodder is used to feed the animals. But if it comes to soybeans, the soybean is an industrial crop. Soybean is an industrial crop. It's for poultry feed and pig feed. So soybean, apart from processing, is not eaten directly by the farmers unless it's processed into oil and chaps and tofu, and so that they eat those. So the competition is actually limited in Africa, where food is a bit expensive and unavailable. So basically they use the waste materials or co-products to feed animals instead of using the grain, apart from soybean. So okay, cowpea, groundnut are not used to feed animals, but the fodder is used to feed animals. Okay. I hope I've answered your question.
Well, so you suggest that instead of like using the feed that is less nutritional content, then using the fodder is much better because it's increasing the value of the nutrition for the animals. So that's why you expect to have a more productivity there, right? And okay, let's open first for the participants, because if you ask me many questions, then I have always questions, of course. And let's give first opportunity for the participants. Anyone, any questions? This is a very interesting topic because for For Indonesia, we also face quite more or less similar problem with the low quality of feed, and the option of using green fodder is also really nice, and we also use it a lot actually, Brain, in Indonesia as part of our animals diet.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, while we are waiting, I also wondering, like, because you said that this green fodder could increase the productivity. Are there any limit numbers of the feed of this green fodder that you would like to advise for the farmers? For example, if you have the beef cattle, how much that would you advise to the farmers? Or for the goat farmers, how much would you advise for the farmers? Brain?
Yeah, thank you very much. As I said in my presentation, the fodders I use as feed purposely in the dry season. That means in the rainy season, there's enough feed on the field for the animals to eat. So during the dry season, farmers, they use these grain legume fodders as supplementary feeding. During the dry season, there's nothing growing on the field. So they open these animals to go graze in the community. They come back home in the night, they are watered, they're giving some of these grain legumes. So for the cattle, because the fodder production is not much, it's normally used for goat and sheep. What they do in case of cattle is that the farmers give these cattle to the Fulanis. So they move along they go to places where they can find green grass and water, except the drought animals, which are used for animal thrashing, which are kept in the household. So those ones, they are not much. So the fodder the farmer produced can cater for those animals. So for the bulk of cattle, because they eat a lot, they go out to feed with the Fulanis.
But do you have number for example, for kilo or 2 kilo for the fodder, the max that you can advise to the farmers?
Yes. When we did our feeding, we realized that supplementary of 500 grams, not 1 kilo, to a sheep, which range between 10 to 25 kg, is enough as a supplementary feeding. However, when we went to the fatness, they want to fatten the animals as early as possible for the market. They time the Adha, the Fitr, and all the Islamic and the Christian festivals. So they really want to get, so they feed these animals a lot. They go to the extra extent, they go to the extent of even buying more nutritious feed like the cotton meal seed and other cakes to feed these animals so that they can put on enough weight to have appreciable value in the market. So, but for the smallholder farmer, between 500 grams and 1 kilo is enough for a sheep between 10 to 25 kg for supplementary feeding.
Okay, that's clear enough, Brain. Thank you very much. We have a participant raising his hand, and I have Prince Namkazoa here. Prince, you can ask directly, or you can also open your camera if you don't mind. Prince, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah. Good afternoon from Ghana.
Yeah.
In his presentation, Mr. Doc, thank you so much for a beautiful presentation. I just want to find out with the legume cereal intercrop, at what age do you think it will be advisable for a farmer to do this intercropping for enhanced productivity?
Okay. Thank you very much, Prince, for the question. In intercropping, we have different forms of intercropping. We have replacement intercropping, additive intercropping. So to have intercropping, the plants need a lot of sunlight. So what we do, we can do instantaneous intercropping where you plant the two crops at the same time. But since legumes are more shade-loving, the maize is always planted first on the field. So the spaces left between the rows are used to grow the legumes. So after 3 weeks of planting, when the first fertilization is done in the cereals, the farmers can go in to plant their legumes in between the maize, since the legumes have a shorter duration to harvest. Thank you.
Is that answering your questions, Prince?
Yes, please. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there more questions for Brain? Then I still have a question for you, Brain, because we still have about 5 minutes, and I think it's nice to have a discussion with you. And when you did the experiment that you compare different type of fertilizers for your plot, right? But maybe it slipped to my attention, but I don't see for manure in your trial, isn't it? Or you use manure as well as the additional fertilizer for your field. And if you because I see there's quite significant effect of the fertilizer, and this is of course what we expect, because you add more nutrients to the soil, and then you expect to have more yields, of course, for your crops. But how about manure? I mean, at the end of your presentations, you suggest that of course you have manure, and then from the animal, and in terms of circularity, that you suggest to use manure. But what would you expect if you use manure as additional fertilizer for your crop then?
Yeah, thank you very much. In my field, I did not use manure. But as I said, in some regions, they do compound farming. The farms are not far from their households. So what they do is, when they get manure, especially in the drier place like Upper East region, they just throw the manure when they collect, or they sweep from the crowd onto the field. But those who have a distant farms away from their household, they are not able to use manure. So they depend on mulching. They use the fodder as mulching, which actually decompose and mineralize to give extra nutrient to the soil. So, addition of manure has different importance in the soil system. So we always advise, if they have the manure, it's good they incorporate it into the soil. But in my experiment, I did not use manure. I only used the fertilizer and inoculants.
Okay.
Rhizobium inoculants.
Is it difficult to collect manure from the farmers, or is it really limited resources?
Well, it depends on the number of animals you have. If you have a lot of animals, you get more manure. So as I said, that those who have the animals in their houses, they're not able to retain the manure because you need labor. If you don't have so many children, they cannot carry the manure to the farm. So what others do is that they call it caroling. When the fodder is ready on the field, they send the animals to the field. They stay with the animals, they eat, so they drop their droppings on the field directly. So after some time, they bring the animals back. So that is caroling. So that is also done in our system.
Okay. Yeah, because in our system it's a bit the other way around, Brain, because we have many animals at the centralized animal, for example, the dairy cows in Java Island, and then we have a big problem related with the manure because many animals, but we don't really collect the manure, and it's really an issue in Indonesian dairy sector. So I was like wondering if that's also in your case, but I think it's also it's a bit different because it's depend on the distributions of the animals itself in Ghana, I believe. But in Indonesia, for example, in the dairy sector, it's really centralized in Java Island, and everything is in Java Island. So a lot of manure dump, and then it's not managed. So it's actually